Hey everyone, how are we all doing tonight? Hope you're doing well as always. Let me just quickly boot this up and get into it. So I need to just grab myself some water because I'm going to start with a lore dump. And I've also got something running in the background which hopefully will not interfere with the stream at all. But just need to be mindful that it's happening and doing stuff to my hard drive. So I'm not recording this. It is going to Twitch and YouTube, so I'm not recording locally, so hopefully we'll not have any problems there. Chat working tonight? It should work. It does. Let me just grab some water right quick and I'll BRB. I feel like I definitely have to do more testing on the 2K thing. I've got a feeling that if I stream 2K on Twitch and YouTube without a local recording, I think it'll be fine. We'll know more in mid-September. So I could potentially stream games like MGS and whatnot at 2K, but I just can't record them locally. It's either that or I need to switch my recording settings to use a CPU as opposed to the GPU, because I'm using my GPU for recording, and I've got a feeling that turning on enhanced broadcasting is using my GPU as well. And I think it's getting overloaded and it's causing problems. Alright, so first things first, I was going to push this, but we're not doing that. So I need to see if I can read a book without choking to death. I also looked at the trophies that I unlocked last night. Apparently this place is called Boiler Island, and the one we came from is Jungle Island. I don't know about the island with the gold dome, but at this point, last night, I've got two major directions that I can go. The first is over to the right there, over there. And it looks like there might be a path that leads back to Jungle Island, which is over there. You've also got a bridge that takes us to the top of the gold dome. I've lowered the lever, but I have not ventured into that area just yet. What is that particular bridge? That must be the one that leads to the gold dome. Alright, so let me see if I can read this journal. I'm sort of finding with my voice that if I just keep talking through it, I can eventually get through it, but it's painful to listen to. And it's painful to speak as well. The 5-pointed star. I don't know if that's Atris' symbol or not. Alright, let's go all the way to the top. And start reading. This is going to take a while. And I might need to take a screenshot or two during this because I do see symbols and whatnot, so this could take a little bit of time. But bear with me, please. I like reading. Alright, 82.2.13, I think that's before the dates on the other book. The latest ink formulation has proven a failure. Even when writing in my most promising books, I obtain only the barest glimmer of a connection. It is frustrating to expend so much effort creating a blank book, only to end up destroying it when it doesn't work. There are days when the lab is uncomfortably warm from the flames of these failed attempts, burning the books afterwards. The further I refine each element, the formulations of the inks and papers, the physical dimensions of the books, the more I realize that the list of potential combinations is nearly infinite. It is during moments like these that I despair. Without access to Ni, that the apostrophe is missing, my long-term goals may never be accomplished. Nevertheless, there are avenues of research which remain to be explored. And my nose is itching. Why is my nose itching? Oh my god. 82.5.8. I am discontinuing regular observations of the stars beneath the fissure. Where is the fissure? Next island? Not sure. Although I've been able to track the dark cloud-like formations that migrate through the starfield and have proven that their paths are cyclical, without proper instrumentation it is pointless to continue. My general theory concerning the nature of the fissure has remained unaltered since it first appeared. It seems that the fabric of this age has been breached in a way that permits matter to be hospitably exchanged between two discrete but overlapping spaces, much like a link. But the apparent physical contradictions surrounding this juncture defy logical reason. That is the sentence. The great column of wind that was formed when the fissure first appeared suggests a vacuum, as one might expect in space. Yet my early experimentations revealed the presence of a breathable atmosphere. That Atris and Catherine... Okay, it's not Atris and Catherine. It's just Gurn, perhaps. That Atris and Catherine threw themselves into the void is further evidence that it might be safe to travel. But without knowing its true nature, I cannot take the risk myself. It is also difficult to say what would happen if I were to reopen it after so long. But it is likely that the results would be catastrophic, given the changes that have occurred in this age since that time. Nose is itching. Maintenance on the steam vents caps completed 83.2.10. I am extremely pleased with the continued success of this system. I believe the construction to have been true to the knee designs of my memory. Another example of the superiority of the knee technology. It's ironic that Atris and Catherine unwittingly provided me with such a convenient source of power. I'm going to take a screenshot of that, but I don't think it's important. We just see the dome. We see something rushing up from the ground or something. Steam. That might have been the first lever that we played with. Near the hatch with the 5 buttons. As with many of my views over the years, my thoughts regarding the origin of the fissure have changed. I have recently begun to wonder whether it was actually an unexpected byproduct of the changes Catherine and Atris wrote into this age during their escape. They escaped from here, okay. Certainly by casting their linking book into the void, they trapped me here quite effectively. But I do not believe that Atris intended the book to be lost in this manner. Much better to destroy it than to risk the possibility of its falling into unknown hands. Also, had they foreseen the creation of the fissure, they would surely have thought that the vacuum it created would eventually consume the atmosphere of this planet, a fate which Catherine would undoubtedly have deemed unacceptable for her home world. This is Catherine's home world? If I had not been there to supervise the construction of the seal, this is most certainly what would have happened, but the villagers were far too frightened to even approach the vortex without my urging. I hold on to the belief that it was an unintended consequence of their rising, for another reason as well. I prefer to think that my son had meant for this age to be merely a prison for me, rather than a death sentence. Atris's father, perhaps. Gypsy Claw, how you doing? The fact that your idea of purgatory is having to play through Myst without a walkthrough, bid you good luck with Riven. Hey, I almost got through Myst without a walkthrough. I just needed one little piece of help. The rest of it was pretty easy. 83.5.14. Also, how you doing, Ditch? Thank you for dropping in. The construction of the images has proceeded without fault. It is interesting to see how easily I've been able to adapt the knee technology to mimic that of the Ahmad. That's the first time we're hearing that word, Ahmad. In some ways, the similarities between the two cultures was striking. I wonder if perhaps there had been communication or commerce between the two cultures in earlier times. Maybe Keta's people were even descendants of the knee. It pleases me to think so. Okay, so we see that that machine on the left there. That was kind of what we saw in the temple and also above the temple on the first island. And I need to go back to that first island and see if there's anything we can do with that cage. We had a lever, we had a button. We seem to be able to bring the cage up and down, but it's got another purpose. You love you some points and clicks that aren't Myst. I mean, I never played it back in the day. I thought it was okay. But yeah, very different to the other ones. Note, it's possible that if I were somehow able to supply the books with a power source of sufficient magnitude, I could suppress the variance enough to facilitate a solid link. It is doubtful that the geothermal cap generators could provide such an enormous surge. Perhaps I could adapt the fire marbles, and that just stops there. Fire marbles, okay. I've been cataloguing the natural elements of this age for nearly 30 years now, yet still, I continue to find evidence of the Ni's preoccupation with 5. 5? As a boy, it was very clear to me that the number 5 had a special significance to the Ni society, from the ancient heraldic emblems of the ruling elites to the humble homes of the commoners. It was ubiquitous. Its presence here is obviously a direct reflection of the minds that designed the text that I used to compose this age. Further proof that through their art, the Ni masters were indeed creating the marvellous worlds they wrote, and not, as many have mistakenly thought, merely building links to pre-existing worlds. They're creating the worlds. While most of my constructions have been based on Ni designs, I see now that the ones that I've imbued with the power of 5 are clearly the most beautiful, the most perfect, and, I believe, the most structurally sound. I'm still attempting to determine how the Ni colour symbology reflects this superior design principle. Although superficially it is based on a 6-colour system, I am convinced that there has to be a deeper connection to 5. I will continue to investigate, and I'll take another screenshot there. Although I can barely see that. They kind of look like the baubles that we've seen on Jungle Island, those 3 symbols, but I don't see the symbols inside there. Oh my god. PC 3.9.11, I finally made a breakthrough. I have succeeded in modifying the fire marbles to generate enough power to hold a descriptive linking book in a stable matrix. I have linked to a new world. It is a harsh and desolate age, but is nonetheless well suited for my purposes. And so I have designated it's my something. I cannot read that. I'll take a screenshot of that in a moment. By studying it closely, I believe I will eventually be able to create a more appropriate age for us to resettle on. For now, I will build an office and set up my living quarters there, in order that something. Is that where we are right now? Are we in the living quarters? Build an office, set up living quarters there, in order that I may conduct my experiments in safety and without distraction. This doesn't look like it. At least I don't think it does. Okay, I don't know what to make of that. I must admit that I am proud of my work. To think that in such primitive conditions I have accomplished in 29 years what it took the original Ni centuries to achieve. Note, prepare outerwear for work on this world. The goggles may need to be redesigned altogether. Weird sentence. 84.4.13. I have begun construction on a series of link sites for each island that will connect Riven with my new office on... Is that the same symbol? I think it is. Let me just check. This really just copied and pasted it. Yep, same symbol. The Survey Guild has finally completed a site location for each island. According to my exact specifications, and installations of the domes is underway at last. Work on the central power source got off to a bit of a bad start, I'm afraid. But the pace has picked up considerably since then, and I anticipate no further delays. I'm looking forward to finally having a civilized mode of transportation. Okay, definitely taking a screenshot of that because that is the gold dome. And we've seen that image on the bottom left already. I have that on my notepad as well. I thought that symbol on the left might have been the internal structure of the dome, but maybe it's something else. Maybe it's the islands. Not sure yet. Due to the rebels' continued disturbances, I've decided to install a coded access system into all of the domes. I'm taking a screenshot of that as well. We've not seen that yet, although I'm just going to paste it near my symbols that I've copied down. No, it's not those symbols rotated. A second and third symbol there, we've seen something similar if we rotate it to the side, but it's not quite it. I'll share what that means later once I've read this. 85.6.7. I caught one of my assistants looking over this journal today. I'm glad I've chosen to write it in a language they cannot decipher. Ooh, interesting. Notes. Discuss security with each guild. Guildmaster. No problems expected from the maintainers, educators, and surveyors. Question the bookmakers and builders more closely. 86.10.24. Today I heard several more reports of spirit sightings by some of the villagers. It seems that under Catherine's leadership, the rebels, or the Black Moits, I can't read that, but I think that might be from Myst, as the villagers obstinately insist on referring to them, have obtained a new level of sophistication in their terror tactics and have renewed their campaign to intimidate the villagers into joining them, playing upon their shared superstitions. This is very hard to read. This language, my god. The villagers are certainly susceptible to this form of coercion, especially given of late the rebels' increasing acts of vandalism and theft. Good use of the apostrophe. 87.1.5. How much more? The white tram? I can't read that. Traps have been steadily fruitful this year. Apparently, the breakup of the islands has not adversely affected the subterranean ecosystems. Unfortunately, I imagine the rebels are experiencing a similarly generous harvest. No shortage of poison for their dance this season. They're the frogs, perhaps. Such morbid issues aside, the sudden availability has allowed me to refine a particularly pleasant extract from my pipe, one that is smoother than any of the others from recent years. This is not important. Christ. 87.3.29. Chemical analysis of one of the rebel knives has yielded curious results. Its composition contains elements that are unlike anything I've encountered on the islands. It appears they have access to a resource of which I am unaware. Perhaps a mine or an uncharted island. I will take a screenshot of that, but that is basically the thing that we saw at the very start of the game, sticking in the ground. So the rebels' knives look like that. I don't think that's important. Notes, most of the knives have been found on the south side of the village. This is the same area in which there have been reports of people mysteriously disappearing. I think a closer inspection of the site is warranted, or of the area rather. God, my throat. The fact that they leave these distinctive knives as a sign of their presence concerns me. They're growing more bold, and seem to no longer fear the discovery of their hideouts. 87.6.27. The latest measurements indicate that the recent trend has continued. The movement of the islands has slowed tremendously. My previous estimates predicted a total collapse in approximately 3 months, but with the new figures, I am uncertain. I have nearly finished writing the... Is that the same symbol again? I think it is. Although I'm a little concerned about the last part of that symbol. No, that's a different symbol. Let me screenshot that. So he's writing a different age here. The first part of the symbol is the same, the first half on the left here. But the second half is different. I thought it looked different. Right. I have nearly finished writing the something age, and I have every faith that it will indeed be a safe place for us to relocate to. Yet, it will be helpful to know what has caused the halt in this age breakup. Is it possible that it's stable after all? If so, I must discover how this age differs from my less successful attempts. My examinations of the earlier age, have thus far proven inconclusive. Or perhaps someone is repairing the damage to the 5th age? Is that supposed to say 5? Just going to make a note of that. Does this symbol... No, I'm not doing... Paint.net, why? Every damn time. Let me just bring this up so you can see what I'm doing. Does this symbol mean 5th age? Undo. That might mean 5th age. Not sure. I clicked a button, but Paint.net did not show. There we go. And that's what I'm doing in the background. Screenshotting this stuff. These symbols here kind of look like those symbols, but they're not quite as. Let me just bring that back down. Alright, so where was I? Someone's repairing the Fifth Age. If so, it would almost certainly be Atris's doing. I have reluctantly decided to abandon my experiments into the behaviour of the water of this age, as there are more pressing matters on which I must now concentrate, leaving me little time for such speculative research. The water. That's what we saw outside here. For future reference, however, my investigations up to this point have revealed the following. I believe the remarkable properties of the water to be caused by a life form that resides in it, specifically a type of bacteria. I'm imagining a motile unicellular organism, but one with structures capable of holding bits of water, whose combined effect, via surface tension, a stronger force, causes the composite body of water to move in response to heat. Prolonged exposure to extreme heat, for example a period of extended boiling, seems to kill the bacteria, just like the real world, which would explain its dramatic aversion to heat sources. Unfortunately, these theories are still not fully tested, and I remain ignorant both of its deeper nature and its possible uses. So if we heat the water, it runs away. Interesting. How much more? Oh my god, okay, we're almost there. Fuck. 87.7.6, an exciting development, we're almost done. Last night, a squad of maintainers stumbled upon a lone rebel scout and obtained from him a most incredible device. It is a crystal that somehow powers these flawed linking books, much as my own system does, but with an obvious advantage. It is small and weighs only a few pounds, making it completely portable. Catherine must have fabricated the device before I captured her. Obviously, with an explicit knee schematic she must have brought with her to this age. If only I'd had access to such a document all these years. I think that was mentioned in the first book. Like, we were going to give him knee knowledge or something, as a trap. Regardless, I can now concentrate solely on the writing of ages, and need no longer worry about building elaborate power supplies for each new book I write. This is a sobering reminder, however, that I must continue to seek an avenue to knee. Regaining access to the resources there, yep, that's what I just mentioned, may be crucial to the completion of my mission. Alright, what have I learned? Honestly, not much. Something about poison. Something about needing to create power sources for these books. A portable power source has been found. Maybe that's what we saw at the start of the game. It's just mind-blowing though that it's not appearing in here. Why would this not be showing up in this menu? Alright, well that was all very fascinating, and I feel like I need to remove several tons of crap out of the back of my throat now. I'll mute myself when I do that, I promise. But now, let's go down here. Let's get back into this transporter or whatever it's called. I'm going to play with this and put myself on mute and clear out my throat. New disc. of scheming and schemata. Could I have done this movement on the first and second islands, turning it around and then hopping out the other side? Got a horrible feeling the answer's yes. And if so, then I've probably missed something. Alright. Door closes behind us. I don't appear to be able to move forward, so I guess this is a drop. Or an elevator, perhaps. Okay, if this reverses it, I will rewind. Nothing, okay. I guess we're going there and then we're going down. Can't look left, can't look right. Let's push that button. That's a long animation. So, if I was to approach from the other direction, I don't see a lever here that I can use. Wondering if that's important. Hiding back here. Okay, this looks like a very long path. One-way path. Another human. I think we know where that is. Oh. Alright, so we can summon this back by pushing the button. We'll have to chase that guy, perhaps. Because I can't imagine for a moment we're going to confront him or her. Game. Here it comes. They gone. I don't suppose they left anything in here. Not that I can see. Okay. My immediate thought is let's retrace our steps. I'm going to pull the lever again and then go through that door on the left. Doing that. Trying to skip some animations now. Game. Okay, the game's doing some weird shit. Let me just rewind that. Maybe something went wrong during that. Wait, this is not where I started. This is somewhere else. That's pointing towards Jungle Island. Don't know why it's telling me to go up there, but okay. This is not where I started, so you can ignore everything that I just said about me trying to turn here and then going back the other way. That takes us back to Jungle Island. That does not take us back to Boiler Island. I was very confused for a moment there. Okay, let's keep exploring then. Is there something on the... Nah. I can see these little specks of light here and thinking there's something, but they are not. I guess I'm going to run into another elevator here. Kinda looks similar. Is that what we were looking at in the little image or the little peephole when we were on the first island? We had a lever on the left and a button on the right. I think all we have here is the red button on the right. Going up. No, it just turns us around. Can I play with these now? Yes. The hell? That looks like... Hello? I think I recognize this area. That looks like the temple on the first island. And if we go out there, we're going to run into the transporter. Or whatever it's called. Like a security surveillance system. That I have no idea. keep that on for a moment and see if the person passes through there. So I think the person we saw running away earlier was wearing white robes or something, but that dude was clearly wearing red. Just checking something in the background. No, it's still updating. So if I push these buttons, it just appears a cycle between the two cameras. There was a massive cage in that room, assuming that I've got that room correct. Oh, hell. Okay, that complicates things, does it not? No, we are looking at... we're on Jungle Island here. That's the second camera, so this is somewhere out in the middle of Jungle Island, in the massive lake. We've got these little platforms that we've walked across there, and climbed up and checked out the village, which we can't see because it's above us. Okay, let's go back here. Well, that time with Detective Halligan really paid off. Absolutely. Shocked you got through Myst. You are shocked I got through Myst without too much problems. Maybe you're just too smooth brain for it. No. Just depends on how you approach the puzzles and the notes that you make and whatnot, I guess. I can't flip this camera though. That's unfortunate. Right. Let's get out of that. I'm pretty sure I know where that guy was and what he did. He put something into that little pot. What, may I ask, is this one? Can I pull the other one now, or is it going to have a shift hit? Nothing happening, okay. And we have many more cameras here. What am I looking at here? This sort of reminds me of the slag pile, but I wonder if this is the sentry tower outside the village. Light extinguishes when I do that. Just gonna bring up my notes. I just want to see if I can see these symbols in the notes. I think I can. Let me just take... bear with me. Copy that. Paste you there, maybe make you a bit bigger, even though it'd be very blurry if I do that. Then take a screenshot of this in OBS. So here's what I'm looking at. I think these symbols do match. We've got this one here being this symbol here, this one here being that one there, and then yeah, they cycle around like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 perhaps. I'm not sure what to make of the fact that I can light them up though. That's a little bit beyond me at this time, but let me try pushing some of the other buttons. Gypsy Claw favourite point and clicks that aren't Myst and Druids, obviously. The old Sierra games. But I need to play more point and click in general. Oh, okay, so this is telling me what the colours are. I feel like I need to write that down. Oh god. I mean, yeah, I get it, so I can only... It only goes clockwise, I get it. So let me just make some notes on these colors. Just gonna pull this image down a little bit. Can't see what I'm doing, but I'm not going to be able to alt-tab back and forth between paint and this. Bear with me. Get all this transparent space now because Paint.net hates me. For another box there. Just making my notes look beautiful, chat, for later. Alright, so this one here is... Wait, wasn't that blue earlier? I thought that one was blue earlier. Am I losing my mind? Or is the game playing tricks on me? I don't know. Alright, this one apparently is green. Let me put that on a different layer. Getting sick of having to move all this shit around. So that one is green. The next one is... Then maybe I'll do a quick cycle through them and see if they've changed, because if they're changing, then I don't know what the fuck to think. That one is yellow. Yeah, I'm colorblind, but I'm not that colorblind, I promise. The one with the, I'll call it the two hemispheres, is orange. Orangin. Okay, so if these correspond to different points on different islands, maybe I can use them to summon this creature. Immediate thought is let's try playing with this. And then taking a look at the left-hand one again. Although it looks like we're just rotating in this location. So maybe that's not a thing. Give me a moment. I don't even see a color there. Also, that symbol looks very similar to the other symbol that I was looking at. No color. And the next one, this one's got to be blue. If it's not, then I'm going to be terribly upset. Come on. Keep my notes up to date. That one has to be blue and I recognize that structure. Okay. Blue. Did see something about 6 colors and then 5 colors in the notes at the start of the stream, so maybe this is something very important. Well, I suspect it's something very important. If I pull away from this and look around here if I can, the game will let me. Let's put that back up first. I suppose I could leave that light lit and then see if I can move away from it, but I'm wondering if we can see lights around here. I don't think so. We can summon that creature with a red light there. These don't work unless we're rotated and looking into the abyss. Alright, so we could go back to the jungle island. It seemed that there is a camera or something in the center of that massive lake. And down here leads to the surveillance system and also to a teleporter which takes us to the jungle island. Not going to go that way just yet because I'm 99% certain I know where that's going to terminate. Trying to skip this, it's not letting me. Let me skip that last part though. Maybe I need to watch the animations once and then it will start letting me skip. Alright. I suppose we can pursue that person, but at this point they're probably long gone. And yeah, I think there's two of them. One of them is wearing white and the other is wearing a red. Not going back that way. And this was where we initially came out. And I'm like, ooh, that looks interesting, and I got sidetracked. What's this way? So this path goes up. If I flip it around, we go down. Yeah, it would have taken me over there. There's a gold dome somewhere between there, but we can't see it due to the way this game works. What have we up here? Right, so the trophy, when it popped, when we arrived here, sort of looked like this. This structure. This water, it kind of looks similar to the water at Boiler Island. And there's bacteria in it, and we can dry the bacteria out and make the water do weird things if we boil it or expose it to heat. Is this where Atris and Catherine were hanging out? Just move forward a few. Yeah, I see something underneath us there. There's 7 screens there. There's a lot of possibility for there to be something cunningly hidden there. Yeah, what have we down here? That might just be looking at the elevator that we were in a moment ago. I'm thinking maybe there's a hidden path through there, but there is not. Okay. It looked like a cozy hut when we approached, but it's not. What is this place? So can I go left there? No. I see the shadow there of something above us. What is that? Like taps or measuring instruments or something on these things. It's poking out here. They're all over the place. Or fortification perhaps? I don't know. Crack in the wall there. Another elevator. I don't see anything hiding on the wall there, so let's just push this button. I guess we're going up. It's just unusual design because this isn't a proper door or anything, it's just a crack in a wall. What's up with that? Right, what have we here? Apart from, you know, a very nice view of... Oh god, that's a puzzle, isn't it? That's a puzzle! So the dome's over there, Jungle Island's here. We have a puzzle directly behind us and I am not looking forward to it. What's this? OWO, what's this? Is it a puzzle? The water's doing weird shit. It's only in these little ponds here. I mean, maybe these are supposed to be representative of the islands. But if so, then I've not been on the top right island, the tiny one. And I don't understand what the purpose of this is just yet. Like right here, for example, if this is the island that we're on, then I'd expect something to change right now. But I see that's not the case. That's the main island, the Gold Dome Island. Try pushing that one. Trying to skip animations and nothing's happening. I think I might have to watch them once and then maybe we can skip them. Alright, something's happening there. So... I need to cough. Oh, excuse me. Would anything be changing further down here? No, that was just a pond with a bunch of rocks sticking out of it. Would this change anything downstairs? I don't think so. We had the camera on the right, which was just one area directly ahead of us, with the fish and the lights. And the other camera, or I believe there were two of them. One was on the main island, if I'm correct, and the other is on Jungle Island. If these are representative of the islands though, then what I'd love to do is hit the last one on the top left, and then go back to Boiler Island to see if anything changed. I don't know what to make of this. This might just be nothing. We'll take a screenshot of this screen though, just in case these shapes come into play later. We do that now. I'd love to know if that changes anything on Boiler Island. So we're definitely not done here yet. Let's check out this crack behind us. Alright, something's going on over there where my pointer is, and that's tanking the frame rate. It looks like that's pointing at the spinning dome. That's doing nothing, which is... wait. That didn't work earlier. Alright, it's another golden dome. Similar to the one we saw, or the massive one that we saw at the start of the game. Okay. I have no idea if I've broken anything or not. I thought there was a lever there. As I approached, I was expecting there to be a lever here that I could pull, but no. Let's quickly go check out that thing just in case it seals itself up again. Does, I'll probably get trapped inside. We see the same thing though. Water inside as using it as a power source or something. It wasn't golden earlier. At least I don't think it was. What is this? L. I don't know if this little thing that we see down the bottom here is a graphical glitch, or whether I'm supposed to put all 5 in there. I think it might just be a glitch. That looks like a book in there. A linking book or a prison book, perhaps. Some sort of safe where the book is being kept safe. Okay. This looks like another boiler. But it's not switched on, maybe. Uh-oh. What? Okay, so I get it. We're looking at like a crater here. I'm surprised the rest of this is not clickable. Use my words. I can see a hole in the ridge here. What does this do? Ah. Hmm. Again, that makes me think of the hole on Boiler Island. Don't know what to make of that, other than just being a map similar to what we saw in Myst. Okay. I'm not certain I've learned anything here, but at this point, I think I've got to go back and start checking out the other areas. We can go back and check out the Gold Dome. We have a bridge leading to there from that island. I can try going to Jungle Island via this entrance here. I'm pretty certain I know where it's going to lead though, and unless someone's moving around there, it's going to yield me no new clues. I think I will go that way first though, and then we'll go back to Boiler Island and see if anything's changed. Plus from Boiler Island, we can then go back to the main dome and check out a new area perhaps. Yeah, man. So one of these things is, yeah, you can see the bubble there. Look at that. So I can make all of these things bubble like this. What's the purpose though? Nothing changes out here and I don't expect anything to change. I think at the start of the next stream, assuming that I can check out the rest of these islands and whatnot, I might turn on zip mode. Right, let's go back in here, turn this around, I'll go back downstairs. We'll follow the guys to Jungle Island and see if we can find something. Then after that we'll go to Boiler and then check out the other path. So thinking. I can go to Jungle Island through here, then come back up here, pull the elevator up and then retrace my steps. That may lead somewhere, but my god, that is a long journey. I kind of want to test that immediately. Basically, I have to go through here, go through the... goes to Jungle Island. Can I skip this, please? I can't. I think I can skip the very end of it, but I can't actually skip the descending pass. Basically, what I have to do is go through here to Jungle Island, go through the minecart ride, then go back to the... actually, it's not that much of a journey. I would have to go to the exit of boiler and then come back here and then pull the elevator up and then retrace my steps all the way back here. It's not that long until you consider that I've got to do it twice. It's something I want to try out though, so let's take a look. There's nowhere left or right I can go there. I don't think so, but let me check. No, that's a one-way or a 180 turn. Alright, let's get in this one and jet off. We can skip that one. Let's go. Yeah, we've been in here. I can tell we've been in here. Nope. We're saying that. Alright, well... what's now? I thought the camera may have been pointing here, but someone was in this place earlier. That thing. And yeah, it looks like someone's in there again. And then they duck down. Things start spinning, it stops spinning, and then we get control back. So this camera that we were looking at, nothing's changed out there. I fully expect something to show up there later. Wait. Is that something? It's just one of these ribs poking out of the wall. Never mind, I thought that might have been something here. It has to be out here somewhere. Has to be. Is that buoy or whatever it is, perhaps? Also, this ladder, I never found a solution to this, did I? Also, we can go down here, can't we? Down in that bathysphere or whatever it is. There's a lot of places that are, well, that remain unexplored. I imagine we were using that thing. We'll go down there. Don't know, but I can see a rail underneath there, and I assume that's where this bathysphere or whatever it is travels. Let me try checking it out, but what I might do is I'll rewind if this leads nowhere, and then we'll go to the minecart. That door's still locked. This place thankfully remains unexplorable. Is there really nothing at this place? In this direction. Odd. It might even be that. Maybe that's where we were looking. This thing, though, on the platform. What's the purpose of that? Access it through here. I don't see any other direction we can go. Do we have something on the right here? Not sure. We can get inside us. Mashing buttons. We can get inside. I can't drag and move that. This thing here makes me think that it doesn't have power. And yet, if I go back here, I can pull the lever and it descends. Like so. Alright, well, in the absence of finding anything else to do with that, I think I will put it down and walk back rather than rewinding. Maybe that does do something, but I'm not sure what yet. Now look in here. I can't peep in there. What kind of game is this? If I go down now and look to my right, can I see it in the water? Not from here, I can't. If I go over to this platform. Can't see anything. It's like there's a great hole in the water here. It should be in there somewhere. It should be on the rails. Thinking maybe there's a way of summoning it here, but I don't know how. Alright, let me retrace my steps. I'm going to go to the minecart. Hopefully the minecart works. If it doesn't, then everything I said about trying to do a loop with the elevator is moot. This is a long walk though. Right, a little bit longer by me trying to get out here, but you know. So I've got to admit, I've completely forgotten what is at the base of this island. Yeah, there's two plesiosauruses, or whatever the fuck they are. And then he had a path which led to something, and I've completely forgotten what. I want to say it was a dead end. Let me check very quickly. That's going to bite at me unless, well, it's going to gnaw at my conscience, or it's going to annoy me to the end of my days, or whatever the saying is, unless I check it out right now. What was down here if I just follow this path? I'm inclined to think it was a dead end. Those creatures back? They are. Don't care. Go away. You possibly read about those creatures in the book? The only thing I got out of checking out that area though was that symbol. That little round thing and a symbol. What's this way? I don't remember. I want to say a door of some sort. No, it's the backdoor path here which led to another symbol. This seems to be a dead end from memory. Was this a dead end? There was a ladder here, but did that really lead to a dead end? It didn't loop. If it looped, I'm going to throw a table. What's this way? Wait. Maybe. But does it move? It does. Okay. Oh god, look at all these tracks. Holy shit. Do I need to make a map? I'm going to make a map. Let me go all the way back here to start. So if I move forward here... I don't even see that we can move left or right here. Do I go left now, or am I just following this path to the right? Have I been here? What is going on with these warps? If I can call them that. So can I exit here at any time? Ay. Am I not underneath that platform? Open please? Okay, that's not opening. Yeah, okay, I'm deeply concerned. Like right now I can't even parse how this maze works. Bear with me, I'm just trying to draw a map. So we've moved forward 3 times. And now we get a break in the road left or right. I assume what we have in front of us allows us to select left or right as our direction. And I'll confirm that with a rewind in just a moment. So if I push forward here, we should go left. We are. That's such a long animation. I'll push this. we should go right. I think I'll start by going left. The issue I've got though is I imagine I should be able to determine where I am by looking at my surroundings, but right now I'm struggling. Struggling more than the spaceship maze. Okay, let's go back here. So, just going to take a screenshot of this for OBS. OBS, for my notes, whatever. So I can move forward 3 times and not much happens. Trying to skip and it's not letting me. Yeah, okay, I see that, oh, hang on. I see where I am. I see is where I am. I saw that symbol and I also saw the other path. So, I imagine we're on a looping track here. Really? No, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here, game. If I turn this around, I'm going to see a junction. And I just came from the left, so this is kind of hard for me to visualize, but let me work with it. So brightness, or not brightness, brush size 50 here. Oh my god, this... I'm already struggling here. We've been left. If we go right, I think that's going to take us to the platform that we've been looking at and haven't been able to access earlier. So I recognize that symbol. Yeah. I believe that's our way out. Just trying to draw a map here. God. So if I go up now, I should be able to leave and I should know where I am. This should be very familiar. I can't even go up there. Whatever, I know where I am. I know exactly where I am. I can't access that ladder? Really? That seems a bit insane. It's like this vehicle is here, but it can't actually get to the ladder unless I can go forward again. I don't believe I can. That's probably going to do nothing. Yeah, that's what I expect. Okay. Gonna sort of completely redraw this map later. So I'm calling that the eye ladder, and this point here, which you can't see, is the stars. Hopefully this is smaller than the spaceship maze. This is basically what I'm looking at here. So I started here. That's my default direction, that I'm going north here. And then we have this path which leads to the eye ladder. I believe we've got this pattern coming up, so let me switch back. Go forward. This is taking me a very long time to parse. Right, let's go forward again. I should also be really looking up at every opportunity to see if I can escape this place. Sometimes it's not opening like that. Let's go forward. We're sort of approaching this massive structure in the middle, which might be a surveillance place, I'm not sure. I can definitely pop out here and look up. can look up here, open this up. But again, I can't move outside here, so we're close to this place. I can't approach that. Maybe I could if I lowered the water level. Let's go another screenshot of that. Shrink you, paste you there. And then we're going to move forward again. And then that should take us to an intersection. Move forward. And yeah, that's what's happening, chat. We're moving to this intersection next. Every damn time. Oi! No. I hate this program so much. Yeah, I don't want to... We'll get it eventually. So we're now here, and we have a path leading left and a path leading right. We've seen that we can use the selector at the bottom to select whichever the path we want to go down. I'll try left first. Do we have anything above us? I feel like I need to check every single screen just to take screenshots. At some point this is going to loop. I know it's going to loop, and then I need to not redraw my map, but I need to just loop it back into the correct spot. And I think that's where looking up is going to be very helpful. Okay, no selection here. Do I see anything above me? I do. What do I see? Apart from the sky. I see a ladder which I cannot access. That appears to be very close to where I started. If not where I started. Am I wrong? No, that's where it dropped. I think. This is where it dropped. So, if I go down here, if I can move it forward again, is that taking me back to the start? Also, I totally didn't take a screenshot of that, and I should have. This appears to be where it dropped into the water. If that's the case, then this is actually a very short maze, or a very small maze. That's a very dark screenshot. Let's go down. If I go forward, if I find myself back at the start here, I'm going to be ecstatic. That's very depressing. Okay. Could be worse. Alright, let's go forward back to the previous screen. Yeah, my map's not quite correct with respect to how these T-junctions work, but it's fine. Oh, I didn't see that path there earlier, or did I? Wait a moment. Let me turn around. Okay, I've missed a path and I need to determine that immediately. Let's turn this around. Which way is going to take me to the buoy? I think it's left based on that screenshot or that little structure there, but I need to figure this out immediately. I think that's it. The worst part is I have to go all the way back to the start and then turn around again. Then check out that path. Unless it loops back, which would be very nice. Please and thank you, game. Okay, so that leads here. Got it. So before I check out the right-hand path, which I've got on my map, I want to check out the right-hand path here. So that's going to lead somewhere, don't know where. Hopefully a dead end. Yeah, I can see this one's a little bit tricky, but I'll figure it out. You right there? That sounded very labored. Am I at a ladder here? Skip. Okay, this is a new area. I can go that way. Let's get back in, try and move forward. I don't think I can. Right, there's an end here. I'm just going to right end. This is basically what I'm trying to do, Chad. I'll redraw this when you're not looking, I promise. So I need to go check out this area, and then I've got to go back to the stars and then check out what's behind there. Okay. Let's turn around. Apart from the start, that's the one place I've seen where I can dismount this thing, so that's got to be something huge. And then from here, we're going right. We've seen this intersection many times now. Hopefully that takes me back to the start. That would be very nice, just quietly. Forward. Going right. That looks like the stars. Amazing. So I think we are near this ladder somewhere ahead of us here at this platform, which I've looked at many times, but we haven't been able to use that ladder. All right, so let me just draw a curved line here. A very large curved line. If I can make this work, it'll be a miracle. Let's try and bend you down here if I can. I don't know if I can do that or not. Oh god. This is how you know I'm not a graphics designer, chat. That, I believe, is what we're up against. So, if we were to turn around at the start, we are confronted with a two-way intersection, one way which leads to the new area, the other way which leads to, well, back to the start, but also the eye ladder, as I call it. And we've got a very, very, very dark screenshot there, which, again, sort of leads to a ladder which we can't climb here. And we got the eye ladder, which I did not screenshot, but that's the one just on left of screen, which you can't see at the moment. But we do have a new area that we can access, so what I'll do is I'll hop back down, and then we'll go forward, which takes us here, and then we need to go right. So let's go down here. Activate this thing, we'll turn it around. Mercifully, that's not as large as I hoped it would be. Please don't take that sentence out of context. But we just need to turn this around and then go right. And that gives us somewhere new to explore. Yeah, we also see the tracks split behind us. This is why it's so confusing. It's actually not confusing at all. It's a very small maze. It's like, how many points is it? 2, 3, 4. It is a 7-point maze. I think they learned their lesson from the spaceship maze, but it's a little bit confusing, the way you rotate and the way you see these intersections. So this way is going to take me to a new section. I can go up. And hopefully I can find something of use here, because I'm a bit lost. Well, I'm not a bit lost, there's a whole bunch of other places I can still check out. Including the Gold Dome, I've not forgotten about that. It's taking a very long time to get out of here. Alright, up we go. What have we here? We can get close to that, but we can't access it. We can get close to the ladder here, but we can't access it. I assume the bacteria or the heat is causing these holes in the water. Right, there is a ladder here. It's very hard to see, though. Where does this lead? Uh-oh. Yeah, lovely view. I assume that's a surveillance camera there. The ladder is there, which I keep talking about. We have this thing here, which I can't get into. It seems like it's designed for me to be able to get in there. We climb up, we get to the ladder, and we check out this place, but I can't get up there just yet. Maybe I need to lower the water level or something else. Okay, we have a bunch of levers ahead of us, which worries the hell out of me. What have we on the right here? Don't know. Let me just take a screenshot of those in their default positions. Up, down, down, up, down. It's weird I didn't hear Windows say, oh, you've taken a screenshot. What do these do? Screenshotting this. Oh, finally you woke up. Like, ah, yes, you took a screenshot earlier. Let me make a noise for that one now as well. I'm not seeing a change on that, but let me confirm. I'm thinking maybe those levers had something to do with the water pools here, but just going to take a look and then bring up paint.net. I'm not seeing a difference in the size of these holes here. Like this hole here is exactly the same as that one there, and here. I can't see an immediate difference looking at these photos, apart from the position of my finger. Alright, so what is the purpose of those levers? We had up, down, down, up, up. Let's look at my map again. It has something to do with the positions of the ladders, perhaps. We had two areas we could access. What if I put all of these up? We had the starting area, and we got this area. We had the eye ladder, we had the buoy, and we had the other one. Yeah, I've got a feeling that these may extend the ladders. That's my guess. And if that's the case, then we've got a whole shit ton of areas to explore. Surely it's not that simple, though. I can test that immediately, can't I? These two were in the other position. Well, these two are up, so let's put them down. If I can't exit here now, then that's the answer. Down. Oh, snap. Okay. We're not done here. Not by a long shot. We potentially have 3 new areas to explore. Alright, so let's go back in here. Let me start by turning this around and then going left, because that's going to take me back to the very first area. I say 3 new areas, but I know where one of the ladders leads, so... yeah. So we are here. And I'm about to go this way. I want to take the left-hand path coming up here to get to this ladder. That appears to be where we first dropped in though, so I don't know if that's really going to lead to anywhere useful, but it's somewhere that I want to check out immediately. That's going to give me access to that large buoy though. So I want to go left here. Right leads me back to the start point. Now the start point is below where we dropped it, and then we had to go to the bottom of the island to access it, so I don't know where this is going to lead. Where are we? Somewhere near. That cage again. Rising on the wall. Symbols here. Oh god. Do I need to be taking notes? Okay, we've seen that. Medieval hangman? That's what it seems like. Like a dice rolling and then... I wish I'd taken a screenshot of that other symbol, but it was basically just an arrow pointing to the left. Bear with me. So it wasn't quite that other symbol that I took a screenshot of earlier, but it's close. Just try and draw an arrow pointing to the left here. It was basically that. Butchering this, but it's fine. So what, this means left maybe? And this one means right? That's all I get out of that. Can't spell. Let's keep rolling the dice. Right, do I have that? I do. Does that mean 5 perhaps? It ticked 5 times. 5 left maybe? Anaroni, how you doing, dude? Thank you for dropping in. Three, do I have that symbol? I do. 1 right. Be clear, I've got no idea if I'm barking up the right tree or not. Yeah, I was kind of expecting that. Does it reset along with the other one? Okay, 6 left maybe. Let's make a note of that. Yeah, I've got a feeling this is teaching me the number system. And I get that maybe, just looking at what we were looking at a moment ago, that maybe it's less about left and right than it is just teaching me the numbers here. Let me write that one down. I can see your chat messages, it's all good. Currently trying to switch between this and OBS every 2 seconds to try and make some notes on this. I've not seen that symbol yet. That's a very poor drawing, but whatever. That appeared to be 10 right. I would love to see the arrow point to the guy on the right though, just to try and rule this out. Okay, what's next? So the left one's going to move down. Just saying hello, hello. Thank you for dropping in, I appreciate it. Okay, so we have 10 here. Okay, there's no difference between this symbol, left or right, so this must be teaching me numbers. 10 again. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate anyone who comes in and says hello. Yeah, these are the numbers, for sure. So I believe I understand 1, 5, 6, 3, 10. What else do we have? That's 5. Yep. Although you were thinking about a 6 there. That's 6. Correction, that's 8. Did I get that wrong earlier? I hope I got that wrong earlier. If that's 6, I'm going to be very upset. That's a new symbol, and that is a 6. So let me draw that. Once again, I'll clean up my notes while you're not looking, I promise. Do it off stream. So this one here is... that's not it. What the fuck? Where is it? Yes, it is. I'm losing my mind, chat. This here is 6. The thing is, I know I'm going to need this for a puzzle later. I know it. Oh, what the fuck is that? That symbol there is 4. Okay. Are these similar to the symbols that we saw in the journal? They kind of are. Like that symbol there is identical to the one that I'm about to draw. These ones look like they're just rotated. I was more concerned about this one here. Nah, that's a bit different again. Mind you, I said, does this symbol mean 5th age? Do we have a 5? The 5 is that one there, so... Yeah, I'll redraw this while you're not looking, chat, I promise. So I need to draw myself a... I've forgotten how much this was. This was 4, wasn't it? Yeah, it was 4, so... It is a box here. They're all boxes, like that. And then I've got some symbols inside. If this is a way of teaching us numbers and it's important for the puzzle, or for knowing later, then this is actually a very creative way of doing it, in my opinion. I kind of like this. So this one is 4. What else do we got? That's 1. Five. Yeah, if they snap like that, I think it's not good because it means I can't count properly. I really need that first one to show up again. The arrow pointing to the right. That's 1. 6. 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 10. Is this RNG? That should be 5. Like if I rewind it here, and then one moment, one more. Did we get 5 here now? We do. So I assume the order is locked in. Which means that getting a 2 or a 3 or whatever other numbers I need are going to be kind of annoying. 5. See, that only went to 4, so that's actually very misleading. So this one that I took a note of near the plesiosauruses, or wherever the fuck they are on this island, this one is a 2. So what do we have? We have 1. Let's get rid of that rice because that means nothing. We have 2, 3. I don't want to rearrange these because these were the ones that I saw on the eyes. 3, 5, 2. Scattered around the place. Eyes on this island. We have a 1. A 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't have a 7. I've got an 8 and I've got a 10. So I assume this one has to be... Wait. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. I'm so tired. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I count successfully to 10, Chad? This is my challenge for tonight. 6. I do not have a 7 and I do not have a 9. So I suspect there are 2 more symbols here. One of them is going to be this one, and that's going to give me either 7 or 9. And there's going to be another symbol that I've not seen yet, and I kind of don't want to leave this place until I've seen those symbols. So I've seen one symbol. That's 6. I could maybe reset this and come back in for one of the symbols, but I don't know. That's 3. 1. 4. No, wait. That's 9. Okay, so 9 is fundamentally identical to 4, but it's got a horizontal line through it. It is basically identical to this, except it has another line here. Just underneath it, like so. That is 9, and I do question now whether that matches one of the symbols below. Where are you? Oh my god, I'm blind. Yeah, that says 9-9. I finished writing the 99th age. That is the 90... That would be 98, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay. This is their numbering system. I've designated it by 98. And this one is a 99. It's the same symbol again, 99. Although, no, we don't have enough to be able to make a call on what those say. Code of access system to all of the domes. We haven't needed to use that yet, and we haven't seen how to input them yet. I just want confirmation that this here is 7. That's the last thing I need to see before I can leave this place and do something else and look around this room. And just looking at time, we're 2 hours into the stream. Holy shit, where did the time go? I just need that last symbol, damn it. Not that one, that's ace. That doesn't help me. Snapped on 6, but I reckon that's a 7. I'm certain that's a 7. I mean, that's the last number between 1 and 10 that's missing, so that I reckon is 7. But until I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it. This game is a troll. Four. Just redrawing this symbol in the background. That's another 4. Three. This has to be 7, this last one. This is painful. I'll just die already. Like, why would you think this would be an appropriate way of teaching children what their numbers are? Don't get me wrong, it's very creative though. I actually really like this. I'm not being sarcastic here, I promise. This is actually a very cute way of teaching you the numbering system. Like, it's kind of like a fucked up children's toy. Just give me a 7, please, so I can move on. Please. End me now. That's 10. Get rid of 10 rice on my notes. That's 2. It gives me a 7 now. I can't prove them, that's it. That's a 9, so he's going to get snapped up. Or it's going to get snapped up. There's no definitive proof that they're humans because they don't have arms. Well, they do, but they've also got weird legs unless their legs are bound. They might just be shrimp or something. 3. God. That was weird. I just need to see that final symbol give me a 7, and then I can leave here happy. That's a lie, I'm never happy, but you know. Fuck. Please, game, please. So I don't know if I should be paying attention to exactly how many each one needs to die. Maybe I should start doing that. Like maybe if they hit 20 or so, they die. I think knowing that number would be useful. Just die, please. It's going to give me it here, I know it, and I'm not going to be able to prove that it's 7. Right, let me count exactly how many times they need to die. Maybe that's important. I don't think it is, but it might be important knowledge. Just give me a 7, please, or what I think is a 7. Right, so guy on the right has 9. Fuck. So 5 and 9. The game hates me, chat. 5 and 13. That was, as correctly predicted about 2 hours ago, a 7. So we have the numbering system from 1 to 10. I will clean up these symbols when you're not looking, but basically that's what they mean. I'll put them in some kind of order as well, promise. Alright, so let me just quickly finish this one. So we got 12 and 13. $12 and 16. $13 and 16. $13 and 18, I think. $15 and 18. Oh my god. They're dragging this one out. I don't know, and 19, 15 and 19. Oh my fuck. No, that was 10. Okay, so they appear to die on 20 unless I've miscounted. I thought that was 2, but no, that's 10. I need to fix that one for sure. 10 is a mess. Okay, so having played with this for God knows how long, we've learnt the numbering system. We've got some symbols on the walls here. I'm hoping they don't mean anything. If they do, I'm in deep shit. We have a cage. We have some text here which I cannot read at all. I suppose that's going to go into our books and journals. Of course not. I'll take a screenshot of that because that's... it doesn't look like the sort of thing that's written backwards or can be manipulated or something like that, but it does look interesting enough that I want to screenshot it, so... I'm going to do that. I'm going to screenshot it over here. Oh, I just copied the entire page. Let's do that. Paste that there. Put you there. I'm going to need to enlarge my canvas. Some sort of writing here. We've got something on the right here as well, which is not written. It appears to be broken. I suppose pieces around here somewhere. Can't fiddle with that. Uh-oh.
Terekoi Danni, Kibayem Revat, Alroyem Betig Tavom, Gabodona Gayem.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Ram.
Like a recorded message. If we think of this place as a church, maybe he's like the church leader giving a sermon or something. If I pull that again, we're going to get the same thing, correct? Yeah. Smashed through that successfully. So, we have a broken thing here. There's more of these symbols around the place. What's on the left here? More fruits or food or whatever. I've seen that. That's from Kingdom Hearts. This game ripped off Kingdom Hearts, chat. I don't see anything we can do with it though. Similar to the fruit that we saw back on the first island in that temple. Right, well this has been nothing but educational at least. Got something written there which I can't decode. Maybe I can decode that later. Hopefully not. If I have to decode that, we're all in deep shit. That appears to be the sole purpose of this place. So we come in here. We got ourselves a trophy, which is always very much appreciated. Thank you, game. But we've learnt the numbering system. I can go back and read that journal that was in the room on Boiler Island. I can make sense of those years now. Okay, just looking at the map again. We need to turn ourselves around. I'm going to check out the eye ladder first, because I'm pretty sure I know what that is. After that, we can check out the buoy. So we go forward here. And then from here, we need to go left. If I go right, that's going to lead me back to the control room. And I said I wanted to check out the eye ladder first, but honestly I'll go up here because the eye ladder's along the way. This here is the buoy. I'll let it open dramatically because I need to make some notes. Ladder controls goes there. One moment, so I'll be back with you in a moment, chat. Promise. Just calling it the buoy for now. Buoy, boy. I'm not a marine such and such, so I don't know what it's called, chat, but I'm calling it the buoy. Right, let's go up. Yeah, this is basically what I've got, chat. We're at the temple numbering system. We've come down here and we are at the buoy now, this place. If I continue on, we can get to the eye ladder, which basically is our exit out of the place. That's how I see it anyway. Alright, so what the hell have we got here? It feels like it's been an arduous journey getting here, but we're here at last. Anything useful? Fuck was that? What just exploded? Is this a fishing net or something? Or an elevator? I mean, I see something above me, so I assume it's an elevator. That seems unsafe. But okay. Did I grab it or am I too late? think I'm too late. Okay, that's... don't know what to make of this. Can I go over here? What am I doing? I feel dumb. I'm just going to wait. I'm not going to touch anything. It only stays down here for about 5 seconds. I feel like I should be able to reach out to it and grab it, but nothing's actually happening. What's going on there? I just found a new shortcut. Huh, if I hold down triangle and move the analog, we move to the edges of the screen just like that. What's going on here? We can lower this, but I don't appear to be able to do anything with that, and I can't do anything with it. What if I had to look up, perhaps? Can I look up? No, the screen is locked here, so... what am I missing? I spent about an hour or more on this island than I wanted to, just exploring the depths and whatnot, but I feel we might have just hit a dead end. I can see that's whatever it is, pull cord there, but I can look up here, I can't look down. There's a path there. But right now I don't see how to access it. The fuck is that noise? So at this point, maybe what I have to do... No, I can't send a submersible anywhere because then I need to hop out somewhere. I don't suppose we can... No, the submersible doesn't come through here, does it? It runs off to the left. I just don't think there's any way we can grab that cord somehow. Without grabbing it from here. Because at the moment when we see this, we're locked here, I can't do anything. This drops. But there's nothing I can do with it. Like I'm mashing buttons and nothing's happening. Alright. So... let me just go back into the submersible. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something here. Just looking at my map. Now, if I move forward to the points where we can intersect between the ladder controls, which are here, and the temple, which is over there, we're going in this direction here. It's not like we can just move to this location underneath the surface and then poke our head out of the submersible. That doesn't work. That noise, though, that makes me think of the camera. Wherever it is, somewhere in here there's a camera that I can rotate, and we can turn some lights on, I believe. No, we can't turn lights on there, that's the other camera. But that makes me wonder if there's something there back on the other island that I can do, perhaps. Something to think about. Right, let me go forward. And then I'm going right. These transitions are so weird. But if I go up, I should know exactly where I am. Excuse me. Because I've been here and complained many times. Yep. Yeah, look at that. That's the camera. That is 6,000,000% the camera. So maybe what I need to do is point that in a certain direction and then come back, but I don't see a reason for doing so just yet. Apart from hearing that sound effect over there. We heard a weird noise and then we heard an explosion, or what sounded like an explosion. Yeah, we know exactly where we are. Right, this has been an incredibly fun little detour. It's only taken me about, I don't know, an hour and a half. But what I'll do is I'll now go back to Boiler Island using a minecart if I can, and try and set up this loop. It's like freaking eons since I talked about that. It's still pretty fresh in my memory though. I suppose we're going to see anything if we look out here. Of course not. That's got to be something later. Right, so there's no need to ever go down to the beach again, unless we need to do something with those plesiosauruses or whatever the fuck they are. So the minecart is at Boiler Island at the moment. Will I have a problem here? No, I won't. Let's trigger that. Okay, so immediate thoughts upon seeing this place, I really should make a save, is that whatever setting we fiddled with on the next island did not change anything. Like this water still looks very much like weird water that they're mining or extracting resources from, etc. And nothing's really changed about it, so I don't know what pushing the button on the later island did, if anything. Yeah, here's my plan. I want to go back to the island and then pull the elevator up and then retrace my steps all the way to the other island. Or to the same island, I should say. So this door is going to be closed ahead of us. Need to open this up. Mercifully, I can skip that one. I could potentially just go through the vents again, but that feels wrong. We've got a more civilized route that we can use. We can go this way. God, that took me so long to find last night. Holy shit. It's a troll and a half. So if I go... If I go straight here... If I go straight ahead to the left... Straight ahead to the left, that makes total sense, I swear. That's going to take me to the Golden Dome, back on the first island. That's definitely not something that I've forgotten about, so I just have not had time to look at it today. I'm feeling pretty good though, so I'll keep the stream going for about another hour, I think. Let's take this thing back to the fourth island. And then basically I've got to retrace my steps through the minecart all the way back to the other island, into the temple. This is purely just to see if there's anything hiding under the elevator, because honestly that's the sort of trick that I expect this game to pull. I want to say I don't think there'll be anything there, but I don't trust this game. Can I actually summon it here? Because if not, this is a dead end right here. Did I pass by a switch here? Okay, never mind. We can't go that way. So right now, if I want to go back, I need to use the jungle entrance. I can't come back this way by the looks. I don't see a switch here. All of the switches thus far have been little blue switches on pedestals or little sticks or whatever you want to call them. Kind of like this, except much larger and much pushier. I know that's not a word, but I don't care. I don't see anything to like here, so this here is a dead end. And once again, I do wonder if we can flip it around and go that way, but I think I tried that last night and that didn't work. Okay, well that tells me that this loop trick doesn't work. We can't get underneath the elevator. So I could go back to the island and fiddle with the camera. Hopefully I don't forget that next time I play or whenever I come back from here. But right now, I think the best thing I can do is check out that dome from a higher elevation. Let's go back through this building. And by that I mean I might as well just rewind. Let's go back here. So I've done nothing. Let's go forward here. We enter a small tunnel. I don't think there's anything in here. And that takes us back to the first island. Now, there was a ladder here that we needed to lower, and I believe because we pushed a switch over here, that it lowered itself. We have another one of these rotating domes, which I broke one on the right-hand side on the fourth island. Maybe I can break that one as well. Is there a way down from here? Not that I can see. Changing disc again, okay. We're back on Island 1 officially. Right, we're here. So we've definitely been on this set of stairs here. On the right, leading down. And these are power sources that someone used. I assume it's Gurn. To make books, linking books, or books for other nefarious purposes. Oh, hello. That's a shortcut. Amazing. I was thinking of the shortcuts, I think it's around here. It's probably a shortcut right here as well. No? Yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking of. So it's less of a shortcut and more that I need to do something down here to bring this platform up. There was an indentation on that wall. I don't know how to interact with it though, so we need to bring this up so that we can proceed around here. Okay, that's an issue because I've learned nothing. There was another steam switch somewhere below me which appeared to control this thing. Or something around here. Oh. Never mind. So does that mean I can't go downstairs now? Or maybe I have to push that switch downstairs to bring that thing back down. That would make sense, I suppose. Okay, this rock here, I feel like we've been in there. Oh. Is that really going to take me back to the 5-star room? The starred room with the 5 points or whatever the fuck it's called. I was thinking maybe that would take me back to the room with the chair, but no. That's just going to lead me back into the rotating room. I know it. I fucking knew it. Okay, we've opened up a bunch of shortcuts here, but I don't know what the purpose is. What's what end? We have a rotating dome here, which I've seen. It's somewhere back there. How do I access that? It's directly below me there, but how do I get onto that scaffolding? Not sure right now. Again, I'm thinking loops. Maybe what I have to do is rotate the room a certain way, then come back. Don't know just yet, but what I can do here is I can pull this lever for what feels like the umpteenth time. I've generally forgotten what does what. What does that do? That locks and unlocks the door. I think pushing that is a bad idea. Pushing this, however, is a very good idea. Wait. No, that unlocks and locks the door, so this one rotates the room. Jesus Christ. That took me a moment. So this one is going to lock the door leading to the dome. This one is actually going to rotate the room. Jesus. I got that completely backwards. So, what can I do at this point? Reality is I'm not sure. This is going to take me back to the gold dome at the moment. That's fine, I can rotate the room later. What do these golden beetles do? Well, no, hang on. I feel like I need to make a map for this room, honestly. What does this activate? It got rid of the steam there. It's pushing it somewhere else. I feel it's important, but I don't know what that activates. It's got to do something. It has to do something. It can't not do something. And what are these beetles? What did the beetles do? What if I pull them all? Let me just pull them all. Let me see what happens. Back away? No, okay. I can interact with them, but then we, that's not the same text we saw at the temple at the other island. I can interact with them, I can open them, but they then close up again. What's the purpose of the beetles? Is there something in one of these, maybe? Oh. Alright, so I assume this is someone's interpretation of Atris or whoever imprisoning someone, destroying the books perhaps. I suspect this might just be lore, I don't think it's a puzzle. Excuse me. I think the game's trolling me. Now look at the one on the left, please. There we go, something different. Right, so the people of Riven presumably are worshipping this person who might be Gurn, might be Atris. 2 sons. This person has the power to banish people by way of burning the books or something. I'm probably reading this in the wrong order. I should be reading it clockwise, not counterclockwise. So I believe that's the one we just looked at. At this point, I've got no fucking idea. As long as I see 5 images, I can figure this out. Dude is a writer, writing the ages into being. That's how I interpret that. That's how I interpret that. Okay, I have no idea what happened there. It does happen occasionally that OBS says, hey, I'm disconnected. But just have to wait a little while and it comes back. I definitely saw it. You did not miss anything there. We looked at this image showing what's-his-face writing some books. I saw it immediately. Did I lose the YouTube stream as well? I have not lost YouTube stream. Amazing. Golden Gas, how you doing, dude? Thank you for dropping in as always. Appreciate it. Hope your day's going well. We're just checking on things. The manufacture of the books, that it requires a massive amount of resources. We've seen that machine on the Boiler Island. That's the boiler. Don't know what those are, but we see the hacked down trees here, which we saw on Jungle Island. Not sure what those are. People worshipping, people sacrificing themselves perhaps. They went to a lot of effort to produce these books. It's such a weird way of displaying these though. Why inside these beetles or whatever? That I'm not sure how to interpret. Someone coming from a faraway land, showering them with knowledge? I don't know. At some point after this, is this a way of saying the books were burned, or... Because it's the same person here, right? Same person is in the... Yeah, dude is playing God. Or, well, I assume he's playing God. We see someone being banished, and I assume this is not the person who was writing the books. The person writing the books is also this guy. That's my understanding anyway. I could be entirely wrong on that. Alright, well, I'm glad I figured that out. Question is, what the hell do I do next? We can go back to the Golden Dome by just rotating this. But I think what I'll do is I'll go back to the room with the chair. That also leads me back down to the temple downstairs, and maybe I can see what that guy in red was doing. There's a camera somewhere in that room. Fortunately, I can't skip this. It's not even an animation, it's a sound effect. Just want to take another look to the right. Do I see anything here which could be affected by that switch? This thing's broken, right? Yeah, we saw it break in the intro. I just wish I could see something when I look through here, but if I can now, if I see something, I wouldn't understand why, because I haven't done anything. I can hear steam. Oh, hello. I missed that. I missed that. Still nothing, okay. Jesus, I missed that lever. Whoa. A telescope? Up or down? There's got to be something to this. It's either that or I need to open this up and then lower this and then we can see what's inside the hole. The problem is I can't figure out how to open that up just yet because I don't have the combination. That seems to be a telescope. We're looking at the hatch lid. Right now, though, I'm not seeing any anything there. I'll try raising it further in a moment. Can I adjust that? No. Oh, that's not clickable now. What the hell? Maybe we need to raise the telescope first. I know there'll be nothing here, but I need to check. Let's raise it again. That's where it started. That's as high as it goes, so that's not the sound of the lid groaning. That's the telescope trying to move up. So I can play with this now. Let me take a look at the notes. Something was written down in the journal. Due to the rebels' continued disturbances, I've decided to install a coded access system into all the domes. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's, the problem is I don't know how to recognize these other symbols here. These three, I don't know what these three are. The first one's 4, the second one's 10. That's 4 and that's 10. That 10 is very badly drawn. I'll fix that later, I promise. But, those other ones don't really strike me as being important. Like, that could be a rotated 8. This one I've got no idea. This one I've also got no idea. Doesn't match any of the numbers that I'm familiar with. And what of this drawing? We've seen it in 2 places now. Okay, so hang on a minute. Where's my, I just grab a copy of that. That looks important. Look at these, what? That's on the background layer, isn't it? Look at these shapes here. So these shapes represent an island. I assume this large island here is Jungle Island, which is going to be this island here. We've got the tiny island, which I have not set foot on yet. Boiler Island being that one. So if I can get into the gold dome again and get into the control room of that place, then maybe I can redirect power to each of the islands. Maybe that's a thing that I can do, because look at this. These shapes are identical to what we're looking at here. And it appears to do something with these, sort of like as a visual indicator. So basically this here is the Gold Dome Island. Don't know what that is. That there is Boiler Island. That there is the control room, or whatever, this place where we were with the elevator and all that other weird shit and the surveillance cameras and whatnot. And this one here is Jungle Island. So that tells me something, but I think I'm interpreting it correctly, but I don't know how to use it right now. Something to think about for later, perhaps. Okay. We know what this is now. If I can get that thing open, I know what to do here, but I don't know how to get that open just yet. These daggers. This is a rebel dagger. Like a statue of a rebel dagger. It's not actually a rebel dagger coated in poison or whatever. But it's the same design. Alright, so put this off long enough. Let's go to that temple downstairs, and then I'll come back upstairs and check out the room with the chair. That door's been closed. We know how to open that though. I can't look up here, which is dreadfully unfortunate. Has anything in here changed? Not that I can see. Whoever it was seems to be fucking around with like a basket here, but I don't see baskets in here. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn the camera was in here, but maybe I'm wrong. If the camera's not in here though, then where would it be? Okay, that's concerning. I genuinely thought we'd see a couple of baskets in here, which signifies where the dude in red ran to, but clearly I'm wrong. It wouldn't be in here. Maybe it's somewhere on Jungle Island as well, but we've got a camera on Jungle Island in the lake. Skip that, thank God. So if I look this way, boy, we can open that door again. Do I recognize this area? Is it just the dock outside that door? My initial thought is maybe it's underwater, but this looks dry. Well, the whole thing kind of looks like it's underwater, Buzz. I just focus on the top half. This part looks dry and that part looks like it might be the ocean. Yeah, I think this might just be looking outside, and I could probably test that by going outside, flipping it, and coming back here. What is the purpose of this? That thing is locked. We can't move that. I can push this. It brings the cage down. I now can't do anything here. I'm stuck. I can play with this. It does something, but I don't know what. I've got a feeling this might be a teleporter or something, but it's not working right now. Maybe I need to come back here with a book. Either way, that feels very significant. That we can strap ourselves in here, push that thing, and nothing's happening. So, that's pointing to the left. Remember that, chat. Wait, this isn't going to work because when I flip it, I'm not going to be able to leave the thing. I'm 99% certain it's the transporter out here. If it's not, I'll be fucking shocked. Not... Go through the door, not close the door. So this door is now open again. This was closed though, which implies to me that whoever it was came through here. Or went into the control room upstairs, I should say. Do we see a railing here on the right? We don't, but I'm 99% certain that the image that we see looking through that little peephole, it's coming from somewhere here. It has to be. It has to be looking at this. It's gotta be. I just don't see it. So something I want to test out is, can we get out? We cannot. That prevents me from going back and checking to see which way that thing is facing. It's always going to be facing left unless I do a massive loop, which, spoiler alert, I don't want to do. I can't see that camera. Right, so... before I leave this place, I want to go back to the Gold Dome and check out the original path. We've unlocked a shortcut, but let me check out the original path. I really thought we'd see something about that guy in this room. Because I've got to be quite honest, I don't know what to do next other than just exploring the islands again and see if anything changed. I've not forgotten that we could potentially go into the camera room on the 4th island and fiddle with the camera in the middle of the jungle island. But apart from that, I've got nothing. I don't know why I went in there. I need to rotate this twice. Alright, let's check out the dome. Did not mean to push that. There's something in the roof here, or on the roof here I should say, but I don't think it's important. Go back this way to see it though. That's nothing. So that symbol in the middle of the star, that means 2, I believe, just looking at my notes. No, that symbol means 5. That there, that thing says 5. The more you know. And yeah, what I'm getting out of this image is that this thing directly ahead of me supplies power, not powers, Jesus Christ. It supplies power to the islands, and we could potentially redirect this using this device here. Unless this thing is interactable. I don't think it is. It's nice. I didn't see any levers or anything we could play with as we made our way along here. I mean, I say supply power, but maybe it's the other islands which are supplying power to this. Maybe I can cut them off somehow. But I think the logical solution would be that the thing in the center behind us is powering the other islands. That to me makes the most sense. So I fiddled with that, and that let us bring the ladder below us down so that we could access the area from the boiler island and then activate the shortcuts. What do we have ahead of us? Do we have a break here? Excuse me. Is there a gap here? There is not. Right, so what is this? Oh! Okay, where are we? And more importantly, how do I get back up? So that will be our way back up. Here's another ladder. Yep, okay, this will take me to the spinning dome. 6 million %. We have another one of these. Alright, just checking my notes. So it's rapidly moving through all the colors. It ends on green. Passes through blue and yellow. Yeah, it's going through all the colors here. Orange is there. Do I see red there and no color as well? I can't actually tell because the difference between vertical and horizontal is kind of hard to tell. But it seems that no color is not represented. Orange is there. Red may not be there. I'm not seeing the vertical line for red. Let me just bring up my notes. So basically with red, I see a vertical line here. You can see the eyes here, and you can see a vertical line there. I'm not seeing it anywhere in this animation here. Alright, let's push this a couple of times and see what happens. It's like I need to push it at a very specific time to get it to shut down. Okay, that is green. Or is it? Yeah, that's green. It stopped on green. What have we here? Another book. Another book. But the same problem here though, I've got no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. I feel like I just made significant progress there, but at the same time, I've hit another wall. This is the part where it's going to ask me to use my brain and figure shit out. And I don't know if I'm good enough to do that. It's quick white blunt. Use my words. Can't use my words. I can't figure out puzzles. I'm dumb. I'm stupid. I should not be streaming at all. Let's go back up here. So there's two books. We've seen them. They're hidden inside these gold domes. Let me bring up my notes again. I've decided to install a coded access system into all of the domes. I'm going to rewind this way, not looking. Let me just go back here. Okay, I'm back. So, 4, 10, can we, is there something here? I don't know if there's something here or not, but it's curious enough that I want another look, so excuse me. That's 4 and 10, very clearly. Or, fuck you. We have 4, we have 10. This is 10 and something. Is it 10 and 1? Is that 11? 11 and... This is where I'm losing it because it doesn't... I mean, that might be a 1. But I can't determine the other digit. Maybe it's 18? I mean, that's... appears to be 8. Like, if you flip it and point it down like that, that's 8. But it doesn't match. Maybe it's 13? I mean, that is 8, literally, if you rotate it. This last one. But if you overlap... no, if you overlap those, it doesn't work. What about this last one? That's 2. 28? Let me fiddle with this. I think I'm onto something here. So, how many spots do we have? That's 10. 15. 20. So we have a sliding scale here from 1 to 25. I reckon the first two are 4 and 10. That's 4. That's 10. Now, the next one I'm speculating is 11. Where am I getting that from? I'm getting that from 10 plus 1, but I don't know if that's correct or not. Maybe it's 12. Excuse me. It's also very similar to the 7 that I initially took a screenshot of. You can see here I've got 7 in the middle here. That's in the background, isn't it? Fuck. So bad at this. That was me trying to replicate 7 here on the left there. 7, 7. This does look very similar to 7 though, but it can't be. These have to represent numbers which are above 10. So bear in mind we can't go above 25. So this here is a 2. And then we have a number. It makes me think of 3, honestly. 10. But if I interpret this as 10 plus 1, then this doesn't make sense because we don't see the 10 plus whatever. Struggling on this one. I feel I'm close though. Because if that's 10, and then we got 10 plus something, 1 would be the most obvious answer because that overlaps perfectly. 10 and 1 overlap perfectly to produce that image, which would make it 11. That's very clear to me. Everything else beyond that point is not clear. It's like you have to do rotating and whatever the fuck else. If you have to rotate though, then if we're rotating, maybe that's 12, I don't know. 12, 13, 23. Let me try that. 12, 13, 23. I mean, the presence of this 2 here makes me think that it has to be 3, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, maybe the numbers are these parts in the middle. What I'm looking for, that's all there. Maybe, like, all of these numbers have these square bits around them. That, and that. Like that there's 2. 10 though is very similar to 2 there. That's the thing that's throwing me. 10 is basically identical to 2. So what? A vertical line would mean 1, 10, 11. Vertical line like that means 1. That will be a 3. And then a 2 and a 3. Let me try that first. Let me try 11, 13, 23. Let me see if that works. $11, 13, 23. That is not the answer. I feel I have to break into here to make progress. Alright, let's try 12, 13, and 23. What have I missed in learning the numbers? So, I mean, that's 4 and that's 10. That's incredibly obvious. Four, 10, 10 and 1. This is what's throwing me now. It's like this is rotated. In fact, that one does seem to be a bit shorter than the others, so... If I rotate that though, it just looks like an 8. Nothing more, nothing less. Maybe that's the answer though. 4, 10, 11, 8. But then you got something combined like this, and it's like, what the fuck are we even looking at, people? I still think that's 23. Based on this V pattern, which isn't present anywhere else except for here. It's present there and there, but it's accompanied by a line intersecting it, and we don't see that line. That makes me think that there's a 3 here. That's got to be 23, I think. What about 11 and 8? I just realized you didn't see anything of my notes when I was doing that. I apologize. Switching between this shit is hard, chat. So yeah, basically this one here I think is 11. That could be 8. This one here I think is 23 because we see that stroke there. That's curved stroke. That one looks very narrow, so I'm thinking that one may have been rotated. But this V here, I mean, I don't see the V anywhere else except for 3. We've got the V here and here, but they're accompanied by lines which bisect them, and I do not see that line on this image here. Let me try 4, 10, 11, 8, 23. I feel like I'm clutching at straws now. 4, 8, 10, 11. That is 23, isn't it? About 12. Four, 8, 10, and 12. Alright, so what's the answer here? You know, it'd be lovely if it was actually showing up in here. It's fucking not. Valgerai! Oh my god, that's, that emote is terrifying as fuck. How you doing, dude? Thank you for the bits, appreciate it. I'm struggling with this one. This here was nothing but text. You are doing. You sound like me. I mean, that's smoke as far as I'm concerned. What else do we have? Do we have anything in the notes? Color system, I've not forgotten about that either. We saw those symbols. That says 98. And this says 99. So that's telling me that if we have two numbers together like this, like for example 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 21, sure, whatever, they put the numbers side by side. They don't overlap them like whatever the fuck they're doing here. So maybe these are rotated, in which case that's a 4, that's a 10. There's nothing else that can be. That has to be 4. That could be a 2 perhaps, but I highly doubt it. That would be an incredible troll if that's 2. That could be a 7, that could be an 8 rotated, and that could be a 23. So what, 4, 7, 8, 10, 23? I don't think that's the answer, but I'll try it. Feels like they should be much more spread out than that. I don't want to admit defeat on this puzzle just yet. So I need to cough my lungs up. Oh, what am I missing? Coded access system into all of the domes. I assume this is it. 5 numbers. What am I missing here? Each one of these numbers has a box like that. That is constant. It's the bit in the middle, I think, that matters. The only number that even looks remotely like the first one is a 4. Everything else I think is up for interpretation. Like this could be a 10 or a 2. This one here is either a horizontal or vertical line, so it's either 1 or 5, followed by 2 or 10. And likewise, this is either 1 or 5, the line, or it is 1 or 5 plus 3, or it's 8 rotated. Would it be adding these together? Like, that be, I don't know, 5 plus 2 is 7? I don't think so. To me, these would be in ascending order. And what the fuck is this number here? That to me is 3 and 2 or 10. If we're dealing with ascending numbers here, then it will be logical that that number is 23. That's how I see it. But the part I'm struggling with so much is this part on the number here. These two little... Let me put that in red. These two little parts here. Which is very hard to, you know, highlight. That bit. Those two arrows. This bit. Got there in the end. What the fuck is that? It's telling me that symbol is rotated, but... You wouldn't write something in a journal like that. But then you've got a number like this, where you got the same symbol, which I think is a 3, along with that, which would signify 2 if we're looking at this. To me, this is simple. It's 4, it's 10, it's 11, and then whatever the fuck this is. We have some ascending numbers here, 4, 10, 11, and then... I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. This is hard. My initial thought is 13. But that would mean we need to rotate this 3, and then we put a horizontal line through it, which turns it into either a 5. So 5 plus 3 is 8. Hello. Does that work? It does. Look at this. If I go to 4 and then do that, that gives us a 9. 4 plus 5 is 9. Okay, hang on. So 6 here is 1, which is this line here, and then 5 is that, which is 6. Alright, this one to me has to be 11. What the fuck is this? If I crack that, then we're good. The way I see it, it's 4, 10, 11, and then it's 1 something and 2 something. I can brute force that. At least I think I can brute force that. I'll get in here or call it quits for tonight. I've had enough after that. So 10 and then 11. And whatever this number is, it has to be between 20 and 25. I still think it's 23. Which means it goes here. Not that. So it's 24. Is it 25? I doubt it, but I'll try it. Is it 22? If it's not 21, then I'm not understanding this. It can't be 21 because that's 11. Alright, what am I missing? Yeah, okay, I see how it basically works. So we have 1 here, 2 there, 3 here, 4 is that one there, and 5 is the line here. So 6 is basically 1 plus 5. The vertical lines cross like that. 7 is a 5 there, along with a 2. So basically you can draw it like that. That works. 8 is exactly the same. It's 5 plus 3. Figure that out. 9 is 4 plus 5. And 10 appears to be its own duck. It's something like that. Like that little... Well, it looks exactly like this fucking thing here. So, if that's 10, then 10 plus a vertical line is 11. That to me is correct. 4, 10, 11, I think that's locked. What the fuck is this? To me, that is... It's a rotated 8. I don't know. What do you make of this, chat? The fact that they combine like this makes me think... Maybe that's a rotated 7. Let me just try that very quickly. So 4, 10, 7, 8, and I've got no fucking idea what that one is. This is the one that unfortunately breaks the rule. It's saying to me that these are overlapping, whether you like it or not. These ones are debatable as to whether they're overlapping or not, but this one here, I've got no chance. That to me says 2 and 3. If it says 2 and 3 though, then maybe that's 5. I don't know. What the fuck am I reading? I feel I have to break in here though, because I don't know what else to do other than going back to this Violence Island and trying to play with the camera. I'm so close, damn it. What is that number there? If I knew what this number was here, I could figure it out in a flash. It looks like 3 rotated, but it's not. It can't be, because we tried 4, 10, 11, 13, 23. That didn't work. And indeed, if this last number... I finally finished patching, thank you. If this last number here is a 20-something, then it stands to reason that the number before it is a 1-something. And we tested all those, so... Let me try this again. Let's put that up to 25. Last, or 1 before that's going to be 15. We have 11, 10, and 4. Doesn't work. Oh my god. Need to give it a few more seconds before I do my rewind. That's 11, 10, and 4. 4, 10, 11, I think those are locked. And then we've got 15 and 25. Try 24. which I don't think it is based on that symbol. That doesn't work. 23 and 13 looks by far the most promising. But this doesn't work either. I might give that some thought overnight. I feel I'm extremely close to that. I mean, that's got to be the answer, right? Do I have to bear in mind that this says green? Yeah, it's like the green color is highlighted. If I do it right now, or just before that, before it comes up, it'll stop. Timing is quite strict. See, it's going to stop on this icon, which indicates green, I think. What is the answer? What I might do is, I hate doing this, but I might actually review my footage of the Hanged Man sequence and see if I've missed something with the numbers. I don't think I have. I think whoever wrote this fucking book is a troll. Because this has to be the answer. It has to be. I mean, these fucking... I'm not going to rearrange them, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5... That all makes perfect sense. And then to get to 6, 7, 8, 9, you add the numbers together. You go 1 and 5 to get 6. You add 2 and 5 together to get 7, even though that's a bit weird, but I'll fix that later, I promise. I mean, that there is a curve to me. I've written angles, or I've put angles there, but that to me is a curve, the same as number 2, so that's identical. That is what 7 means. 8 is identical, 3 and 5, you add those together, cool. And 4 and 5, that line there bisecting this here, adds up to make 9. 10 is the anomaly. 10 is something which you can't add two other numbers together, so it has to be its own thing. And then from here, well, if you apply the same logic, the third number has to be 11. That makes a lot of sense. Then you get these two fucking numbers. And... wait, hang on. If we say that's 1, can I still brute force this? So it's 1 plus something. And if the numbers are ascending, then... is this brute forceable? Hang on. Yeah. Just had a thought. Let's go 4, 10, 11. 4, 10, 11. So if that number is something, then it's that number plus 1 and that number plus 2. So if it's, for example, 12, then it would be 13 and 14. Like that. They would be together like that. That would be brute forceable. Played Starflight at some points? I don't think I have. Played a lot of games, but that one doesn't ring a bell. So if it's 12, it will be 13, 14, 13, 14, 15. If it's 14, then it would be 15, 16. This device reminds you of a Mel Normay from Star Control 2. Yeah, I can see the resemblance. Just a massive eye. Not 15. Not 14, rather. What about 15? 15 means it will be 16, 17. $16 means it will be 17, 18. Get over there. If this isn't the answer, then I'm giving up for tonight. I might crack and look at a walkthrough, but I don't want to just yet. So if it's, what is it, 17, then it's going to be 18, 19. If it is 18, it's going to be 19, 20. If it is 19, it's going to be 20, 21. It's probably, oh, it's probably 20. It's probably 20, in which case the numbers are 21, 22 like that. That's probably it. Damn it. I was very hopeful for a moment there. Did I try 2021? I did, didn't I? That will mean it's 23. That's not the answer, really. Really? That to me makes perfect sense. That sucks. Starflights are good if old. I'll check them out if I ever get time. Which will probably be never. So what I was thinking here is that this line here, this V, is a number that we don't know. That number there. That V. Which I can barely draw because it's late, I'm tired, I'm cranky. And that could be a number between... That could be a number above 11. We don't know what it is. But basically, that number, if that number is 11, for example, then our target numbers are 12, 11 plus 1, and 11 plus 2, i.e. 12 and 13. And that's basically what I was trying to brute force there. But... to me, the logical number that would be is 21 and 22. Because if we're dealing with, say, 11 here, let's say we need to do 12. My interpretation of 12 would be that it is that crossed with that. It's these two numbers combined, 10 plus 2. So this number here, what would 20 be? 20 would be, well, we don't know what it would be because 10 is its own unique number. 10 plus 10 is something, and that's why I thought this V would be 20. I was so certain of that. So this would be 21, and that would be 22. Is that really not the answer? I'm shocked that's not the answer. Let me just make sure I've got everything else in position. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10, that's 11. I'm shocked this isn't the answer. I'm stunned by that. Oh god. Because to me, it wouldn't make sense that it's a different number between 11 and 19, because otherwise you could just combine the numbers like that. And indeed, we're doing that for this number here. That number there is 11, we think. It's basically this plus a vertical line there to add 1 to it. That V though, that's gotta be 2 or 20. It has to be. What am I missing? Do we not use this code here? Four, 10, 11. I don't know. To me, this is obvious. It's 4, 10, 11, 21, 22. And at the risk of potentially spoiling things, I'm going to plug that into Google. 4, 10, 11, 21, 22. Just putting that phrase in. And that didn't bring much back. Apart from some Bible references. What if I type the word Riven in? Nothing. Okay, maybe this is not the answer. That's mind-blowing if it's not the answer. They're much like puzzles. I like puzzles, but not when I don't like the answers. I've decided to install a coded access system into all the domes. I don't think I'm missing anything there. To me, that is 4, 10, 11, 21, 22. I'm going to search for a hint. UHS Riven. Riven, the sequel to Myst. Can I find something about the gold domes? Bible puzzle. How do I get the prison book back? It's talking about ages. Don't want to see that. Map Island. Okay. 5x5 grid. Yeah. Something about that's right. But what about the domes? How's on top of the dome? Not trying to read most of this, I swear. I'm just trying to see something about these, just trying to see something about these books. How do I access these books? Yes, I know how to get under the gate. Marble puzzle. 5x5 grid, don't even know about that, so not looking. Prison book back. It's on the village island. I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for this part yet, but what is the code, damn it? I've seen something about Village Island, which I possibly missed, but I'm confused. I just want to know the code to open this, and I really do feel like I know what it is. But it's just not letting me in here. Instead of code you found in the book in the laboratory. But the thing is, I found the book in the laboratory, I've read that book, and I'm pretty sure I've interpreted it. Find 5 numbers in it and write them down. Yeah, I've got that. About marbles in a grid? The fuck? I feel like I've missed about 12 things here. Go up to the dome and enter the code you found in the book in the laboratory, but I've found that... I'm so confused. I'm so confused. This book, or this walkthrough, doesn't even say anything about going into that room and learning what the numbers were. I don't even know what to make of that. Thing is, I'm trying to look for vague hints here to try and figure out how to get into this damn book, because I don't want to look at a walkthrough, if that makes sense. I don't want to read it like word for word and spoil myself. Birds to gold domes. Due to the rebels' continued disturbance, I've decided to install a coded access system to all the domes. I'm looking at someone else's screenshot, and it's got a fucking different screenshot. That's terrible. They've randomized the code. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so this arrow might be 15. But that's the case, 16 and 17 should work. How do you get 15 out of that? I don't know. Okay, let me try that again. So, been staring at this for so long. So this might be 16 and 17. I could have sworn I tried that. If I didn't, then I'm a dumbass. I don't know. What? God damn it. That was me not waiting long enough to see if something happened. Yeah, I could have brute forced that. So... I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, yeah, it was brute forceable. I feel like that's the only way you're getting it done, though. Because, I mean, how else are you supposed to know that this here... This line here, how are you supposed to know that means 15? It's not 10 plus 5, because 10 plus 5 is that. With a horizontal line there. I had a feeling this was a number, like that could have been 20 perhaps, but it was 15. Alright, I'll take a very brief look in here. So I feel like I've been stuck here for God knows how long, and yeah, I needed the help. I needed some help with that. I was on the right track though. I could brute force that, but I just didn't let it ride. Basically, I just saw the sliders go to the left and thought, yep, okay. That doesn't help me at all. And I've just realized that you can't see my screen. No, I can, never mind. My Twitch monitor just crashed. Give me a sec. Yep, there we go. Wait, nothing? Guiding image is blank. Okay, I have to go somewhere else first. And I have seen that I potentially need to go somewhere on Jungle Island. How do I withdraw from here? Can I withdraw from here? Oh, that sucks. I was on the right track, damn it. I just brute forced it, but I was a little bit impatient, and that means that I couldn't see that I brute forced it successfully. How are you supposed to know that that's 15 though? I am not sure. I also did see in one of the walkthroughs to take notes of the colours, which I thought I had, but I'm going to go back there at some points and check. For now though, can I go this way? Can I go forward? I don't think so, but I'll try. No. Wonder if there was something hidden there, but there is not. So I need to step here, then we go back up. There's two more things I'll do before I call it quits, and that is I want to go back to the... I think it's called the Map Island, based on what I saw. And I want to grab that other book as well. Just want to see if I can see that book. It's going to be the same code. I'm pretty certain there's going to be no guiding image there. I'll need to figure something else out, but... I feel depressed about that, because honestly, I was on the right track, damn it. I realised it was the same number plus 1, the same number plus 2, which meant that the codes were together. I was just impatient. What am I looking at here? I don't know what this frigging thing controls. It seems to lead up to the room, up to the rotating room. There's got to be something there I'm missing as well, but for now I think what I'll do is I'll go back to the other gold dome. Let me make sure I can break into that, and then I'll probably call it there for tonight because it's very late. Damn, I'm so frustrated by that. I had the answer, it's just that I didn't wait long enough for it to trigger that that was the answer. I was on the right track, I knew it. Why would that number be 15 though? We weren't taught that. I had the right idea though, damn it. Salty as fuck. So, just before I go forward and head back to the other islands... Now I've got to go back to Jungle Island, don't I? Because the transporter came from there. I've got to go back this way. I can't go forward back to Boiler Island and then use the transporter there because it's not there. So this pipe is pointing up here. That's it there. I think. And it appears to lead to a ladder. Or that's a sign. The ladder had a sign. The sign had a ladder on it. Use my words. I don't see anything we can withdraw here or raise or lower, so... I was thinking that maybe it would do something over here. And although I haven't tested it, I've sort of come to the conclusion that the third switch, the one in the rotating room downstairs, controls the operation of this telescope. I've got a feeling that it won't work unless I actually push that switch and supply power to this. Still don't see anything there, no ladder or anything like that. We have a... I kind of want to try brute forcing this. I don't know if it's brute forceable, but... how many combinations are there? Assuming I need to push all 5. Assuming you can do it like this. This is going to take longer than I thought. Like 213245. Don't know. Fuck. Again, I'm hoping that it actually hears something and provides feedback, because if not, I'm kind of screwed. 134, I've already lost count. There's got to be something written down here that lets me in. So at this point I'd go 14235, yeah. That's taking too long. So when I get to 2, I've got to go through the same combinations of going through all however many numbers. It's 5 times 5 times 5 times 5 times 5, but it's not quite that complex. There's not that many combinations, I think. We're getting no feedback on what the numbers might be though, and there's nothing written down in books, so you know. Let me re-review everything that I've done overnight. I probably won't be playing this tomorrow because I've actually got work to do tomorrow. Real world work. Baldra, you remember making graphics like this using constructive geometry in Povray? What is that? Not as good as, but feel the same? Would be that many, and if you can press the same one twice, yeah. I can't think of math good right now. I think it's 5 modulos, so what, 5 times 4 times 3 times 2, which is 20, 60, 120 combinations. It involves pressing a button 5 times for each of those, so it's 720 button presses. That's more than I have patience for at the moment. Alright, let's swap the disk. So I can hop out here. That takes me to very much known territory. Saw that a long time ago. So we know what number that is now. That is number 3. We've seen a couple of these around the place, but maybe just taking a look at the ones that I wrote down. So we got 3. But I mean, these aren't presented to me in any particular order, are they? I saw 3, 5, and 2. I've also written down 1, but I think that came from a book. That thing is going to summon the craft, isn't it? So if it's on the other island, we can use that to go somewhere. Maybe it's 352 or something. So if I go back down here, don't need to come this way, but I'm going this way. We see these creatures, we cannot bypass this. I've not forgotten what we read in the book about those creatures. There's some sort of exotic material around here. Go forward here, I see the same little eye. There's another one somewhere in the village, I don't recall where. Definitely saw that here. Bro, where are you? Yeah, it's right here. So we see 5 there. So 5 is near the plesiosauruses. 3 is near the area where we came in, the raft. And then there's a 2 somewhere up here, but I don't recall where. And I wrote down 1 somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that came out of a book. I'm sure I saw it in a book somewhere. Here's my words. This. I feel like I've made some good progress tonight, but I'm salty that I couldn't figure out that 15. Even though I did figure it out, I just was too impatient to see it trigger. There's potentially something in this village that I've missed. I have seen that. But I thought it was pretty thorough coming through here. I probably just missed something random on one of these side walls. If I go right, that's going to take me down to the temple slash other exit points, which is where we need to go. It's been closed up though. That's curious. I found this by total accident. Okay, I see another rotating dome there. Can I access that? It's right above me here. How do I get up there? If I go this way and then turn around, is there a path? Okay, I see that up there. I guess if I could ride that buoy upwards, then maybe we could get there. Is that alarm going to go off again? Yes, it is. Can I skip that? No. I see a path behind us, above us, but I don't know how to reach it. I suspect it might be a case of going up that buoy in the lake area, and then maybe we get access to a new area. Hover A, you describe a scene with planes, spheres, cylinders, etc., intersections, subtractions. Nice. You'd add light sources, textures, shininess, fong, indices of refraction, all in code, then let it render sometimes for days, depending on how complex the ray tracing was. I wish I know what you mean, like I know what you're talking about, but I wish I was smart enough to comprehend how that all works and how to be smart enough to make something like that. Yeah, I've got a feeling that if I could access the upper area here on the left, then it would loop around to that gold dome. I don't see how to ride that trapeze or whatever it is to get up there. My character's not having it. Because we have a path there. If I climb up there, it's directly above us. That's got to be the weighted gold dome, but I don't see how to get there. Okay, let's open this up. Back in the 90s, yeah, I can imagine that the computer's taking a long time to render anything back in the 90s. Working in Autodesk or whatever it is. Okay, now it's not opening. Never mind. I found that by accident. That seems remarkably well hidden. And not in a good way. So hopefully this thing is still here. If it's not, maybe I need to use this blue thing to pull it. 16 megahertz or 100 megahertz. I don't remember my first computer. I think it might have been a... Well, I know it was a 386, but I couldn't see how fast it was. There was 33 or something else. Is it still here? Is this the same place? What? Okay, I just broke this place. I don't understand why I'm here. Unless one of these paths leads to the dome and I just completely fucked it. Alright, we can stop it. We have the same symbol here? No, this is, what symbol is that? That seems to be the blue symbol. Although, I see it turning gold in two places. It turns gold as it goes vertical like that, but it also turns gold as it's looking towards yellow here. Don't know what to make of that. Also I see no, that's red, that's red, that's red, that's red. 1,000,000% red. That is red. I'm so confused. Why is this area open? It has something to do with me pushing the blue switch. Because when I passed through there earlier... Wait. Yeah, that's where I came out. When I passed through there earlier, we went to the exit point. And that's where I was seeking to go, but... We've rocked up here now, and I don't understand why. Is this a dead end? It is not. It's not even remotely a dead end. Is that the same sentry lookout on the right-hand side? It is. It was unlocked. What's in here? That looks ominous. Roger, your first computer was a color computer 3. It was able to play Starflight. One could code in BASIC, but little else. Then you got its handy. Didn't see 100 megahertz or internet until you got to your first year of uni. I mean, the 100 megahertz computers were the Pentiums, weren't they? Uh-oh. Alright. God's eye view. Love it. What's the point of that? Can't turn left or right. What if I pull that again? Go back down. Trying to skip that. Apologies. What if I pull that one? Okay, let me pull that one then. Skip that. What if I pull the right-hand lever now? Aha! Alright, we're going back down there next. I imagine our character is brave enough to ride that now. See, I thought the 486s only went to 66 megahertz, and then after that you needed the Pentium processor to get up to 100. If I'm wrong on that, I don't care. I'm tired. Let me just try getting in here, and then I'll quickly go back down. Well, I've got to ride the underwater thing. Let me just try this, and then I'll call it quits. I'm sleepy, chat. Right, so 15, 16, 17. I'm still pissed off about that. I had the answer, damn it. I said, yep, I can brute force this, and I totally did. It's just I didn't wait long enough. I saw him sliding back here and went, yep, okay, let's rewind, but that's totally the answer. Does this book have a guiding image in it? Because if so, then I've got two places I can go. I can go through here. I can also go back down and check out the trapeze or whatever it is. Now that that place is sealed. Let me just make a save, but yeah, this is where I'll basically call it for tonight. Guiding image? Nothing. Right, so whenever I get back online next, I don't think it'll be tomorrow night. Just skipping through that. Whenever I get back online next, we will go back downstairs, get back into that little bathysphere thing, go to that buoy place and lower that trapeze. Hopefully I can go up there. If I can't, I don't know what to do next. Before I go though, I just want to see why the hell we came out here, because I genuinely don't know why. I genuinely do not know why we came out here. What the hell caused that? Was it that? Okay, I don't know what's going on. How did I access the exit point? Can't turn around here, correct? Is it because this thing was open? Let's try and skip through that. Like if I do this now. No, that closes up. Yeah, I'm very confused. I don't understand why I'm here. Unless something's changed now that I've been through all of the islands, maybe I'm supplying power somehow. Maybe because that dude came back, but the thing is I thought it came back through here. Am I wrong? I came from the mapping place. How do I even get back to the mapping place if I can't go this way? I'm very concerned. I just don't understand why I can't get back to the other island. Because I passed through here, didn't I? I don't think I'm losing my mind. I came through here, I found myself at a dock, but now I'm going upstairs somewhere else. Alright, well it appears I can't get back to the map island, so the only other way to get back there would be to go to the boiler and then hope that the transporter is there because there's no switch to bring it back. If there isn't, then I'm genuinely not sure how we get back. Is there another switch here that I can push? Really? That is so obscure. There was nothing else around here. It was through there. That's how we got back. Alright, so well, I'm going to call it there. Valdro, thank you for hanging out, dude. And indeed, anyone else who is watching, lurking tonight, thank you for doing so. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. I'll get back to this whenever I can. Right now, I need a break. I feel like I need to re-summarize all of my notes, redraw them all, and try and figure out just what the hell is going on. But next goal is going to be to go back down into the underwater section and check out that area now that we've created a platform there. I think we can lower that thing and then climb up now, so that's going to be what I do next. That will be another night though. And then after that, maybe I can figure out how to get these linking books working and so on and so forth, and find something productive to do here, because right now, once again, I'm still not sure what I'm doing. I'm just wandering around trying to figure stuff out, but I don't exactly know what I'm doing, so, you know. Let's call it there. Thank you for watching, everyone. Have a great day, great night, whatever it is in your part of the world right now, and I'll be back online with some more Riven, the sequel to Myst, very soon. See you then.